Hello ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to the stream. My name is Iurii, also known as Terlord, and today we will going to continue on clearing the first DLC in the game called Grim Dawn. We already started to do this on the previous stream, so for those of you who have been following this playthrough, you'll kind of know where we are right now. I started this stream starting from here, not just... It's not a conspiracy or any kind, it's because you remember on the previous stream I had trouble with three resistances, such as Chaos, Ether, and Piercing. And as you can see, if you're going to compare what I had on the previous stream and what I have right now, I kind of managed to fix the picture. I also managed to change some items off stream. Didn't add much offensively, but defensively did a great job, because now we will going to have more resistances, which means we will not going to die that easily, which is super important, because even if you're playing a summoner, that doesn't mean that you yourself will not going to get hit. Now, before we're going to continue on with our playthrough, I'm going to say have fun watching the stream, have fun participating in the chat, have fun hearing the commentary, ask questions if you have any. I'll try my best to do everything that I can in order to answer game-related questions and stuff. And just in general, have fun watching. And without any further ado, we're going to jump into where we left off. We need to craft a skeleton key, which is the first thing we're going to do. This is why we are going this way. We need a skeleton key for the dungeon that we need to clear. Dungeon in the swamp area. We've tried to do this on the previous stream, but we've died in the trap room, mostly due to the fact that, well, we had bad resistances, and we died because we got focused. This time around we have better resistances, and we shouldn't have that many problems. Plus I managed to boost my offense on my pets, their attack speed, which is ridiculously important.
I can't do that yet.
Keep in mind the fact that this build is going to be utilizing a whole bunch of auto attacks that will going to come from my pets. Also Primal Spirit, which is a temporary summon, depends quite heavily on pets as well. So you kind of get the idea that the more attack speed we're going to have, we're going to make our life much easier. Either there are just way too many enemies, or it takes a bit longer for my pets to deal with them.
That skill's not ready.
I'm going to also say that it's my guess right now, but I think that this is correct to say. General gameplay that you're going to see right now, you're going to see this kind of gameplay up until level 94, when we're going to get new items. It's just how this whole build works. Like, you will going to start getting more and more valuable bonuses only when you will going to get better gear. Gear that will going to decrease cooldowns, gear that will going to also allow us to summon another... I always forget his name. Briar Torn. It's this one. Runs around here. And yes, guys, we are utilizing again Grim Internals. Hell yeah. previous week was without Grim Internals, and it was a pain, literally a pain in my butt to play this game without this modification, because base game, even with expansions and quality of life changes, this is not like something that you will going to expect to see. Like, you want quality of life changes, you have to get this modification installed. Especially if you are playing as a summoner. Because it's virtually impossible to see where your pets are on the screen. Especially the further you go, this will going to be more and more like relative.
That skill's not ready.
It's not something that I am making up, it's just reality. Because you can clearly see where your pets are, what are they doing, and what the hell is even happening on the screen. Instead, you see a whole bunch of enemies who are just minding their own business. I have to also know, is there any kind of like any way how I can increase area of effect of this build? Okay. Don't get me wrong, like, my pets do have area of effect abilities, but at the same time it's as minuscule as Pierce Infiltrators. Like, literally. What's even going on? What takes them so long to kill those enemies? Huh? What? Literally takes them ages to kill enemies now. As you can see, we are tanky. Don't get me wrong, we are tanky. But our offense just drops into complete gutter.
That skill's not ready.
Oh my god, can you, like... Where did the whole damage thing go? Like... It's literally like, if you don't have Primal Spirit, you don't have any kind of offense. Sweet. I don't want this. I want consistent damage output, and Conjurer Primal Spirit should be an addition to that picture, not... not the opposite. Yes, I'm still utilizing self-found gear and gear that I buy from those faction traders, faction NPC. I browsed through the stuff I have for crafting, and I saw that for summoners, at this point of time, there isn't much to craft. Literally. Literally not that much to craft. It's a bit unfortunate. Not that I actually plan to craft stuff, but I'm just pointing this out
Skill's not ready.
as an obvious kind of thing. Like, sure, when I will going to get to level 90, 94 or something like that, sure, I will going to have a plenty of different, like, options when it comes to gear. But when it comes to right here, right now, nope. Hello to you too. I'm doing great. I've just started. I've explained what I did off stream. When it comes to playing around with resistances, I changed some gear pieces like chest, shoulders. Came to a conclusion that for some reason right now, without Conjure Primal Spirits, I literally have no offense output at all. This is especially visible with big enemies. Yeah, I'm going there now. Killing everything in my way, slowly but surely. I don't know, like, the thing is, the following 3 devotions in my skill tree will not going to give me any offensive things at all for my pets. Those are just defense for me, and not quite fond of it though.
That skill's not ready.
Gonna take some time until we're actually going to get towards desired like spot that will going to make this build way more viable. But still, question that remains the same.
Skill's not ready.
Am I really not going to have any kind of area of effect stuff? Like, let me see. Big devotions after those 3 are going to be... Nah, I'm gonna kill enemies and then check. Okay, so big devotion is going to be Wolf. Buffs attack speed. It's not area of effect though. Huntress. That's an area of effect for resistant reduction and minus offensive ability and bleed damage. Skill-wise, no, like, I don't have this, but this is an activator for one of the devotions. And that's it, like... Oh, I don't know. Maybe items will going to give us something. Because I literally don't know from where are we going to get any sort of area of effect damage. The thing is, I literally cannot see the place where I can get it from. Sheesh. Oh, good thing that I'm not dying fast though. That's good. I don't know, I viewed my skills as well as devotions. Only Huntress gives a little bit of AOE, and it's 2-meter radius, so not that huge when it comes to range. From skills, we won't get anything. Guess it's going to be something like weapon pool skills, Nightblade, area effect. It's going to be present, but it's going to be really small. Still pumping points into here because here and here because both of those are super important for offense defense. This is a total health pool as well as regeneration, and this is speed and power. Needless reminder, speed and power are very important, just as important as health is. Whoa, 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 whoa. Positive is the fact that I'm getting tankier, which is good, because provocation abilities are not like permanent and consistent. You got to realize the fact that not all of the enemies can be consistently aggroed by your pets. And your pet's aggroing skills have cooldown. And just in general, because of how area of effect abilities work in this game, you have to understand that this whole stuff about being tanky by yourself is just as important as making your pets tankier. Everything is already learned here. Do you sell any kind of good items for pets? No, I don't see. Oh well. It's okay, no. Like, not a problem.
That skill's not ready.
The more you go into the game, the more you'll actually going to find better items, and especially for summoners. It's just a struggle that has to be overcome at the beginning. I believe that this is not a place where the hidden path is, but basically where you can go like off the road to find some enemies to kill. Okay, let's see how we'll deal with this boss. Very interesting. Not bad.
I can't do that.
Pets survive long enough while standing in the pool that this ether snake creates. Not bad. Not bad. I mean, it's definitely better than when this snake managed to kill me like super fast with demolition. Not the demolitionist, but purifier. If we're going to play it safe, I don't think that there is going to be like any sort of problem waiting for us. Everything should be smooth, except Gargable, but there we need to dodge his volcanoes. I wonder who he will going to target with volcanoes, like me or my pets, so that I would know like whom to. On whom should I focus on, like repositioning myself or my pets, or both me and pets at the same time. This can also be a thing, by the way. Some bosses create more AOE just because you have you are playing summoner class. By the way, for those of you who haven't yet watched my latest edited video, I made an overview, short one, but it's basically a build overview of the purifier that I've used to play this game on stream from the start to finish. There was many things that I wasn't able to cover in that overview, primarily because if you go for covering like everything and make it as super beginner friendly as possible, then literally I can spend like on skills and devotions alone, I'm going to spend like 40 minutes or so just on those two things. I don't think that a lot of people will be able to withstand so much stuff. Oh, by the way, all that time I completely forgot that I also have a pet from my relic. Damn. Maybe now things are going to go a bit faster. Why is he dying so fast?
That skill's not ready.
Wow. Poor him. But yes, this
Can't do that yet.
overview is going to give you a good understanding of some things that this build is capable of, what kind of items it used, stuff about why certain skills were picked up, devotions. Pros and cons, if you will going to scroll to the comment section, you're actually going to find pros and cons of this build as well.
That skill's not ready.
Oh boy. It feels like, well, generally in this area there are a lot of enemies. That's to be expected. I just aggroed all of them at the same time. Well, not bad. As you can see, there are a lot of enemies, but none of my pets actually died in this whole sequence of events that happened. Quite an achievement. I need to also not forget about the fact that I absolutely have to run around. No reason for me to stand in one place for too long, because that way I'm risking myself into very unfortunate situations. Yeah, as you can see, when it comes to single target and when I have a Primal Spirit out there, everything is so good. But with AOE, I don't know, currently it's such a struggle. Especially after Purifier, who didn't have the best AOE, yet still. Here I feel like something is taken away, something was taken away from this build. Can you, hit not me, but others? Okay. Not bad. Oh, we are not done yet. Yep, hooray!
That skill's not ready.
Another crab boss. Well, not the boss, but mini boss, I should say. Biggest thing here is not to die against Gargable and his plans. Idea is, they're technically, depending on the class that you play, there are several things that you have to watch out for. Put it simply, the biggest threat of this boss is, of course, his volcanoes. Like, that's a no-brainer. Like, when he puts his hands into the ground, start running. Like, straight up, run away. Because you're not going to withstand volcanoes, and you don't have to do this. You just run. His other dangerous ability is, in his second phase, he also summons those plants. If you're an auto-attacker, kill the plants. Kill the plants first and then attack him. When they hit you, they are going to apply minus chance to hit targets. And auto-attacking classes have to hit. Otherwise, it's going to be quite painful. Because my inventory is full, I'm going to turn off auto pickup for green items. And I'm going to only pick up those green items that are going to be like valuable. Or not green items, blue items, legendary items. But only valuable. If it's not valuable, if it doesn't have like good stats for my pets, for my other like resistances plus skills, I don't need it. Okay.
My inventory is full.
So, need to put some points into skill. Now, what the hell? Literally cannot stand in one place for a second. Into this thing because I need to maximize offense and then worry about defense. Okay, we are approaching Gargaball. So we're going to resummon them and wait for the cooldowns. We need to approach boss fights with boss fights like this. They have to be approached with cooldowns reset. Because if something, you'll be able to just resummon your stuff. Okay, let's see how fast he dies. When I played Necromancer, this boss died legit like super fast. Not that fast here though. Okay, my Raven died. And the boss is dead. Okay. Whatever you say. Yesterday I saw a video about dual pistol build, which is a combination between Necromancer and Demolitionist. I was kind of impressed. It's interesting. Like it even has more offensive output and capabilities than the build that I was using. Quite an impressive. It's on a different damage type. But at the same time, it's still so good.
I can't carry anymore.
So I was impressed by it.
I can't carry anymore.
Are you for real? Come on, carry it. Okay. We've picked up everything that we needed. Let's finish the quest. Nice. And now we can go sell stuff and continue with our main quest.
Anything you like?
Okay, we don't need two-handed weapons. We will also we will always going to be using one-hander main hand and caster offhand. That's going to be like pretty much a must. Oh, amazing. Nice item. What's this? That's for a Conjurer, but not Pet Conjurer. Okay, big boost to health. No, thank you. All damage, attack speed. Here's fire, fire, fire. Nah. Not interesting. I'm looking for vitality, I'm looking for bleeding, looking for attack speed, for pets. Like, all that stuff is important to me. Okay, what's this? Ether Chaos Resist. No, thank you, because the other stats are complete mess. Good morning to you too, Gambit65. Welcome to the stream. Okay. So. Did we also get something good? I think we did, but we just didn't get it. Didn't get there yet. Or maybe we didn't. No, we only get a good rare metal, which we are going to be using because it's way better than ours. It will going to give us overcap on poison acid even without this Blood of Drake buff. It will also going to increase other defensive stats. Defensive ability will gonna go up. And more offense to pets.
Tired, well.
Amazing.
I'll keep your stash safe. It's safe with me.
Let's go and change it. So currently we are sitting at 150. With this buff, it's 150 poison acid. Which means that later on, for other items, we don't need to worry if we are going to lose some poison acid resistance. And later on with levels, when we are going to increase, like, more points into this skill, it's going to be even easier for us to item manage, because we going to completely forget about this stat. All resistances are going to come straight from Blood of Drake skill. Could have gone this way as well.
I can't do that
I
yet.
don't remember. I think we... It's a huge... It's going to be a huge circle. Oh, arcane. Idea with arcane elites, you kill them as your first target. Other elites can wait, arcane goes down first. Especially if you are utilizing a lot of auras and buffs. Make sure that this foe is going to go down first.
Skill's not ready.
Okay, we don't really need to go this way right now, because in that way we will going to get towards main quest.
That skill's not ready.
Okay.
Welcome, traveler. I hope the day find. Oh, cutting right through the Formel? Glad.
I can't.
Is there
open
something
that.
you need?
Now we need to complete a bunch of quests to gain access to their faction NPCs. Not faction NPCs, but basically a faction trader from whom we later on will be able to buy something good. When you play, when I played Vitality Conjurer, not pet version, but just caster version, with two-handed weapon. I managed to buy some good items from them.
Skill's not ready.
As a filler options, very good. Very good choices of items they have. With plus skills that you'll be using and other benefits. There isn't anything to search in this place anyway, but I'm just running around to open the map.
A blessed weapon.
I believe only 2 quests here. Yeah, only 2. And now it's time to go and complete them. This is Grim Internals. 1 second, I am also going to post a link to this modification in the stream chat. Grim Internals. It was updated yesterday, last week, because of the fact that the game was updated and because of the fact that creator of this mod was on vacation. We weren't able to use it, but we are capable of using it now. I would say it's very useful. Like, this modification is quite useful indeed.
I can't do that yet.
Because one of the most interesting thing about it, except the fact that you are able to auto pick up items, green items, yellow items, and stuff. What this modification does best is it's going to show you with what kind of type of damage you were hit with. This is one important thing for you to better understand, like, what you are lacking at that particular fight and what kind of resistance did you need to prevent this situation. And another important thing is, of course, the fact that you can see, like, health bars. No matter, like, whether you attack enemies or not, their health bars are going to be always shown. I find this fairly useful because you literally can just see what kind of, like, enemies are you going to be facing. You're going to, with elites, you're going to understand, like, are you going to be facing arcane or something like that? Not by just clicking on them. This modification will going to tell you the name of the monster as well as what type is it. Is it arcane, reflective, or any other? For summoners, I also find this modification extremely useful because in the middle of combat it's quite hard to see where all of your pets are, because their HP will not going to be displaced in that kind of fashion. Literally everything about this modification is quite useful. Yeah, fighting enemies here is way easier than it was in that dungeon that we've cleared. Less amount of big enemies and not that many area of effect that comes from enemies. Those red pools will not going to do anything against us. Mostly due to the fact that we have some huge resistances to vitality and bleeding. And when it comes to our pets, let's see, bleeding also quite high. And vitality is low though.
That skill's not ready.
Not that much vitality, but at the same time, decent bleed resist. The reason why I'm hunting down those plants, stuff that drops from them is an item crafting material which is called Bloom, you should say. It looks like a flower and it's quite valuable in late game because a lot of components require a ton of those Blooms for crafting.
That skill's not ready.
This is why I'm trying to find as many of those enemies that can drop that stuff. Best place to farm them is, of course, in the swamp areas on higher difficulties, but they can also drop on first and second difficulty.
Can't do that yet.
The spread of enemies is not that good here. I pretty much wasted my primal spirits in order to kill 3 white enemies, and now it's gone.
Can't do that yet.
One thing I can definitely say is that because I worked a little bit off stream on changing components, buying some items from faction vendors, and this way I managed to raise those resistances that I was liking. And technically, well, not technically, it really did help a lot. Despite the fact that it's just like its first difficulty, at the same time, even now I am trying to keep all of the resistances more or less maxed out. Congratulations on that. That's quite a lucky loot. More resistances that you have will going to definitely help you out. Especially against stuff that is going to reduce your overall resistances with debuffs. Very good. Very good. And very lucky.
Skill's not ready.
Yeah, without Primal Spirit, it still takes ages for them to kill elites. Not that good. Not that good.
I can't do that.
It's basically a sign that I need to pay more attention to when I summon Primal Spirit. Because if I'm going to summon it randomly and then immediately afterwards face some elites, well, obviously I'm not gonna have a good time.
That skill's not ready.
We will going to fix this. Have to also remember, like, where was I going to do this quest. Their following quest is going to be not this one that I'm doing, either the next one or the quest that goes like afterwards.
Can't do that yet.
Yep, it's the idea of the fact that in this game, if you are playing a melee character, you'll definitely... You won't be able to kite as successfully as you would do with classes like Shaman or Conjurer. It's like give or take. Either you are going to do one thing or another.
That skill's not ready.
Unfortunately, you cannot do like both things at the same time. So it's a trade-off. Warlord has some amazing like damage absorption skill combination that can make him temporarily unkillable, but struggles like when those abilities are on cooldown, he is going to struggle a bit. And for the most part, Warlord is a class that you use to fight enemies just more face-to-face. And because of it, he doesn't have like any way of providing you with good damage when you run away from enemies or you are forced to kite them. I mean, same thing can be also said about Blade Master or about Pierce Infiltrator. Those classes are... They kind of have to get in the face of enemies and do their stuff. Without it, their combat potential just goes down significantly. They are not bad, like... as a class, they are not bad. It's just you have to kinda understand or decide like what do you want. You want a class that is going to be successful in face-to-face combat, or you want to have a class that's going to be better at long range. It's hard to find a class here that is going to be like both things at the same time. The thing that comes into my mind when we speak about that kind of combination is Shaman with Occultist, which is Conjurer, on stuff like Sigil of Consumption, Curse of Frailty, as well as Bloody Pugs, Devouring Swarm, Grasping Vine, and then you grab yourself a two-handed weapon, you put some points into Savagery, Tenacity of the Boar, and I believe you only put like 1 or 2 points into Storm Touched. And this one as well. You have to max out. It's basically going to be a combined version of something that can kite, but something that can also like fight your enemies face to face. Now, currently, that's the only like class combination that comes into my mind when we speak about this kind of play style.
Can't do that yet.
Okay, I'm done with those quests. Now it's time to go back and grab myself some more quests.
Blessed well.
I can't do that yet.
I am thoroughly pleased to hear that you've been mingling among our people. Well, we've always had,
Okay. I'm not mistaken, it's going to be here. The place where we need to go. Yep. No. Not really. She's probably here. Although I might be wrong. Let's go and check. We've been in that place before. Yeah. No. Man. Wrong place. Unfortunately, it wasn't the wrong place. Then it's here and to go up. Yes. Don't forget to clear those plants. Because I need those Ugdan blooms. I definitely need them later on. At level 90 or so you can gain access to late game components, which have a lot of benefits to use them. Did we get any kind of devotion points? Nope. In DLCs, devotion shrines are sort of rare thing to find.
you dealt with that pet? Eve of Ravage.
Okay, we need 3 hearts. And if I am remembering correctly, we need to go here. There are 3 places where those things can spawn.
You've returned. The altar of Ratoshi. Now that you ever since the Ugdum.
That skill's not ready.
Okay, I have Ugden Bloom. Spare Ugden Bloom.
Keep your stash safe.
There it is. You might be thinking like 36 is a whole lot, but when you consider that for one component you actually need something around 12 or 14 to craft one component, this is not that much.
Goradi, at least it appears yet not far.
Maxing out that attack speed and offense. Then I'm going to be working on defense. Faster they attack, my take on it, the faster they attack, the if pet's skill usage doesn't depend on some sort of a timer, then I'm right, and by maxing out attack speed I also get to proc their skills more often, which is important because a huge portion of damage that your pets are going to be doing comes not from auto attacks but from skills.
Can't do that yet.
This is why we need as much attack speed as we possibly can get.
That skill's not ready.
I meet to devour your heart.
Okay, that's not the enemy that we need for one quest, but we need it for the other one.
I can't do that yet.
Nah, it's not here. I'm searching for 2 quests simultaneously. Okay, 1 quest down. Now I want to go and give it back and then to continue on with the next one.
Have you go everything?
It's absolutely great to have Blood of Tree spell, mostly because, especially in this DLC, in the swamp areas, you're going to face a lot of poisonous enemies.
That skill's not ready.
And because of that, you need to have a good amount of poison acid resistances. Alright. And another quest finished.
I can't do that yet.
Final quest here is going to be opened only when we are going to reach Malmouth. Okay. Now we need to go here. And if I am not mistaken, somewhere around here there is another place that we need to check in order to find that quest enemy that we need to kill. This way, nothing. Which means something must be either this way or lower. Unfortunately, I don't really see anything right now, no indication or something like that. I'm trying to blindly guess. And unfortunately, guessing wrong this time around. Which means 2 will be in this area. Fine, fine. Gonna collect those components. And try to check location starting from this side.
That skill's not ready.
Nice. I even timed my primal spirit just perfectly, so that I will going to have enough time to get rid of him.
Can't do that yet.
I wonder where the last one is, though. He can be in the same location now, can he? Nope. Not here. Where exactly is he? If he's not here, he's probably somewhere around here where I already was. Yeah, he's not here. Okay, then in that case we're going to check. He can't be in Gloomwald. There is no way. Nah. Which means I'm going to check this location. And nope. Wrong, yes. Last time I've done this quest, I was using wiki in order to know like exact locations of where to search for this, for those enemies.
That skill's not ready.
I'm pretty sure that he is not going to be here. Like, there is no way he's going to be in this location. Okay, I'm going to check it so that I will not going to waste a lot of time. I need to kill whom? Henderot. Okay. Henderot locations. He's in Gloomwald. Okay. Now that's... So I was not even in the place where I needed to be. Not here either. We need to take this portal. Well, this time around I managed to find at least like 2 of them without any kind of assistance tool. Okay, now where are you?
That skill's not ready. My inventory is full.
Really?
That skill's not ready.
Well, that's interesting. Not really interesting. But you weren't using cloud saves now, were you? On their website they have this kind of thing, problem with cloud saves. Maybe that's the issue.
Can't carry anymore. I can't carry anymore.
Definitely strange then. Never had this stuff before. And I've been using this modification like pretty much ever since started to play this game.
That skill's not ready.
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
But it's like super strange. Every time playing this game, get to know like something new. Just by using this stuff, like it has also problem with like characters disappearing. Really hope that you'll be able to find out a way to bring them back. I didn't even know that this thing is possible to begin with.
Put it to good use.
Very unfortunate.
The stench of rotting heart. Yes, we would not want. The yeah. Oh, it's you. I was was hoping. It is Ravager. I do not... A massive burden and honor has been... Who shall serve as the Ravager's flesh? Yes, yup. Who shall... Yes, yup.
Okay, so here is that Ravager.
Can't do that yet.
Some form of an Uber boss. Hoping that we will going to, at least on this character, we're going to be able to fight him.
That skill's not ready.
I'll keep your stash safe.
Well, good thing that we managed to find a way to bring them back. Because without, like... It's definitely better this way than the other way.
Iron well spent.
Considering like how much work usually is being put into leveling and stuff like that.
That skill's not ready.
Alright, and now we are going to go straight into this like quest that we need to do in order to find Ogrim. And then to proceed into Malmouth. It's going to be a tough location for this class. Because again, we are going to face a whole bunch of enemies who are going to be resilient against
Not ready.
my type of attacks. Or not that resilient.
That skill's not ready.
Funny enough, they die quite fast.
Can't do that.
Well, I guess that's because a good amount of time had passed ever since we've last met them, and I got a little bit more attack speed, more offense, and some resistant reduction tools.
That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready.
Yeah, they're dying fast. Really fast.
That skill's not ready.
Lucky. I'm also quite lucky that I get a lot of experience from them. Finally not being so severely penalized for utilizing those XP boosts.
That skill's not ready. I can't do that yet. That skill's not ready.
Yeah, maybe because, genuinely speaking, well, from my personal experience, never had this kind of issue. Then probably it has to do something with the fact that save files were not like... Grim Internals did not load save files or something like that.
That skill's not ready.
Hopefully you're going to find a solution to this problem.
I can't do that yet. Can't do that.
Stuff here dies relatively fast. Well, except for the fact that I'm still in severe lack of any kind of reasonable area of effects tools, like my pets.
Skill's not ready.
They are having something, but that something is very small when it comes to radius. I don't know, with Necromancer there is not... like, this stuff is not a problem. I went through first, second difficulty with Necromancer. On second difficulty, like up to second DLC, and I didn't have this like stuff with lacking in area of effect. Then again, Necromancer just has more meaningful area of effects.
That skill's not ready.
and more pets to support him. We will see how things are going to go as we continue to level up.
I can't do that.
As we will get more devotions. Maybe Huntress is going to provide us with good amount of area effect. Maybe not. I mean, we are still leveling. We are still leveling, that's point A and point B. We are utilizing pretty much only self-found gear, which means that we didn't craft any of those items, like besides relic, but generally speaking, you kind of have to craft relics. Because relics are very helpful. They provide your character with
Can't do that yet.
good bonuses, as well as some skills that you might utilize. Like, it gives me an ability to summon this skeletal servant, and I'm using him.
I can't do that yet.
Despite the fact that actually for this build we want to have something different, Skeletal Servant is mostly being used with Necromancer.
That skill's not ready.
Alright. Got rid of that boss, and now we simply continue on. Clearing the rest of this dungeon and progress towards Malmouth.
Is that you, Mother? An unfortunate accident, my Emperor. As you command. Wait. My mind is clearing of some haze. You're not the Emperor. The Void? Yes. Yet to mount, I see.
27% total speed for pets. And the way I view total speed in comparison to attack speed, casting speed, movement speed, total speed, well, it's kind of Captain Obvious at this point, but total speed basically is going to boost like all of those three stats: attack speed, movement speed, casting speed. For pets, I'd say all of those things matter.
I can't do that yet.
Because generally speaking, I mean, faster they move, they can like chase enemies. Faster approach desired targets, and just be more like more movement speed will going to allow you to maneuver them in case like they will be standing in an unpleasant spot and you want to make sure that they are going to be safe. That also helps casting speed because some of their spells actually have a cast time, and it's not that big, but the lower it is, the better. And attack speed is a complete, like, I'd say for pet builds, attack speed is a complete, like, obvious choice. Because your pets are going to do a whole bunch of those auto attacks. No matter if we are taking, like, Necromancer, for example, or this pet build or other pet builds, your pets auto-attack, and they do it quite often. So by providing them with auto-attack speed, we are making them more and more valuable to us. And in this build, especially for Conjure Primal Spirit, attack speed is insanely strong. Like, even by itself, Conjure Primal Spirit attacks very fast. We just make him attack even faster. Now I know that some enemies in here have the ability to remove your buffs. And it's not just like Arcane Elite related. Some of them have this thing by default, so that's why I'm also trying to pay a closer attention to my buffs that I have here, to see whether or not I was dispelled or something like that.
Can't do that yet.
Reason why I'm being hit here as much by those demons, it's not because of the chaos resistance or vitality resistance or anything like that. Here's the idea. Here, those winged demons, and generally speaking, big types of demons, they have a good amount of physical attacks in there. So this is why I'm losing as much health as I do. I had the same kind of problem with my Purifier before, and on Purifier I had those resistances maxed out and even overcapped, and even then they still managed to attack me quite heavily. Because we are playing not like armor-wise, we are not the tankiest. Health-wise, we are going to be like super beefy, because we are going to have almost something like 15 or 16k or even more. But at the same time, armor stat is not going to be that huge, and because we are going to also utilize Summoner gear by itself is not as strong for stat-wise, not as strong if you are searching for stats for your own self.
It's good to see. You're right. Oh, to the north is.
Alright. And now we are finally going straight towards Malmouth. Malmouth outskirts, sewers, all those locations. They are not that hard to clear, not that threatening, though some of the bosses you just have to like be prepared for what they have. Thank you for the following. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, VRD, and that for utilizing personal shoutout as a reward for chat points. Thank you once again for the following. And welcome to the stream. I appreciate your support. Basically, what you are explaining, you can go... let's start things first. What type of damage do you want to go with Shaman? You want to go Lightning, or you want to go Bleeding Vitality? Let's start things up with that decision. For Bleed Vitality, you do not need Primal Strike, because even though like it has this like bleeding damage over time, generally speaking, Primal Strike is being picked up for its lightning, for lightning damage builds. When we are talking Bleeding Vitality and Grasping Vines, you can go with a Conjurer build, which is going to be a combination of Shaman and Occultist. You're going to be playing as a caster on damage over time and debuffs. Your primary skills that you will be using for that kind of build are going to be Devouring Swarm, Grasping Vines, as well as you will be utilizing Totems, this thing and its upgrade, as well as Lightning Totem with Corrupted Storm, because it will going to convert that lightning damage into vitality. Why you want to use Occultist is pretty simple in that kind of situation, and it mostly comes to the fact that you are playing Bleeding and Vitality. You need also resistant reduction and a good debuffs. Occultist has all of that stuff that is needed for that kind of build. You'll be utilizing Curse of Frailty, because you can clearly look what it does. Minus movement speed, minus physical resistance, bleeding resistance, and its upgrade that will going to also reduce vitality resistance, defensive ability, very strong for that particular build. From here you will of course also be utilizing Sigil of Consumption for more healing, as well as doing some extra damage. Of course, you will be utilizing Occultist Ultimates for that class combination, which is Possession. It's simple to understand like why we are going to be using that, mostly because of the fact that we get from here like Vitality, as well as like Vitality Decay and Skill Disruption Protection. Skill Disruption Protection basically means that all those skills that you have that have any kind of cast time will not going to be interrupted by your foes in any way. So if they are going to be hitting you or something like that, you will still be able to cast it. They will not going to stop you from casting it. Blood of Drake and its modification, also it's going to be used in this build because, once again, boost to offense, boost to defense, as well as basically on max around 80% to poison acid resistance. Which means that on you will not going to be needing to put any kind of items or components that have poison resist because of this. There is like much stuff I can also like explain and elaborate more on that particular class combination. If something, I can also provide you with build template that's going to give you a little bit better understanding towards what you need to work for when it comes to devotions, how you need to distribute skill points. If anything, you can ask, and for clarification and for just helping you out with better understanding of towards what kind of class you are going to be going towards, I will provide you with link to the build. And for not just for leveling in general, but just as a whole, Vitality, Bleed and Vitality, Shaman plus Occultist is very good. Like it's class that's good for leveling, for endgame, and even for some challenging content that awaits you in the late game. Plus, if you are playing multiplayer, that's even better, because you will be providing a whole bunch of extra like debuffs and damage over time effects that will going to help your friends as well. Another idea why I'm also recommending you this combination of classes versus other ones is because combining Curse of Frailty with Grasping Vines will going to make sure that enemies will not going to get close to you, and this way you will going to survive way longer. It's super hard to kill Vitality Conjurer, because how much health, lifesteal he has, how much debuffs he has. A very powerful class. And I definitely encourage you to play with, to continue play with this kind of class. Solo content-wise, multiplayer, very powerful. Actually, in case, just in case, I'm actually just going to throw like a build template link in the chat so that people would have a bit of like a better understanding what Vitality Conjurer is all about. Okay, this one. I'm going to put this link in here. There. Basically, it will going to have like a whole bunch of explanations as well as like some other stuff in there. It will going to also have a link to Grim tools that you can utilize. Or if someone just wants a Grim tools link, there is a link for that thing as well. There you go. And you can clearly see like all of the stuff that you need to know, like how your skill and in end game, how your skills going to be distributed, how devotions will going to be placed, and many other stuff as well. I know, as a matter of fact, a lot of people who are playing Vitality Conjurer or just like Conjurer class in general, they are very pleased with performance that it is capable of doing. It is also one of those like classes that is recommended to beginner players as well as to more experienced players. Because just in general, this class is fairly powerful. Okay.
I can't do that yet.
I would really suggest take your time and just get familiar with mechanics and stuff. Try out different stuff. Don't be afraid I am also like saying this a lot of times on my streams, but in this game, do not be afraid of trying to experiment a bit. The only thing that is not resettable in this game are the like class combinations. Everything else, starting from stats to skills and devotion, everything can be removed, and you can place it the way you want. So it is very hard to mess up a character in this game. Very hard because of how cheap and how easy to access those like respec options are. The only, once again, like only thing that is not respecable are the class combinations. Retaliation builds, Retaliation builds a couple months ago or so, maybe even way back before, it was super powerful. But over time, with more and more patches, it got like nerfs, and more nerfs. So currently, like, not that powerful. Way too much nerfs are hitting retaliation build. This retaliation build was a bit broken against some of the bosses because it literally could just kill them in seconds. But over time, developers continue to nerf those, and that's gameplay style, and now it's not that powerful anymore.
I can't carry anymore. My inventory is full.
Come see what's left of my wares.
You can try various stuff, but just in general, and it's not that bad to like try to, if something, you can like search for a combination, like for a build template. At the beginning, it's going to help you out, because you're going to have a better understanding, like towards what to go and what to expect. You will not going to just charge in blindly without understanding of towards what you actually work for. You can make your own like changes into builds. You can try to add your personal view into some of the skills. Those builds are just for serve you. They serve you as I suppose, like I can say, like milestones. They help you. They are not like 100% mandatory. If you want to change something in there, you can change it. If not, you can just copy and paste it. But at the beginning, I kinda encourage new players to follow at least some kind of guidelines. And then, as they accumulate more and more experience about the game, like they start to know and better understand how certain mechanics works, and how this class can work with this class, then, and they also get to know
Safe storage. No questions asked.
how the progression system here works and other stuff. Then they can do more experimentation, try to create something of your own. Skill leveling is also... I think that skill leveling, at least if you are not playing on hardcore, if you are playing on softcore, for some builds more, for some builds less, but basically the way you level up skills while leveling, it depends on your on your own personal preference. I mean, you still kinda follow guideline when it comes, if you are using a template, a build template, but at the same time, like how many points you put into each individual skills while leveling, it totally depends on your personal preference. For example, I'm most definitely sure that currently, even though I myself am following template, but at the same time, since I'm not that familiar with Summoner class, I don't exactly know how many points to put in one skill or in the other while leveling. This is why I'm basically placing points to where I find most useful. Like, currently I want more attack speed and more offense, and I'm going for this. Then I want them to be tanky, and I can go for this or this, like, it depends. Oathkeeper has a very, like, another very powerful class that you can make would be a combination of Soldier plus Oathkeeper, which is going to be Warlord. This kind of class can be very tanky, as well as it has very high potential when it comes to leveling and endgame. Generally speaking, why Warlord is that powerful and just... strongest? I'd say Warlord. Basically, Warlord is going to be a combination of classes such as Oathkeeper, that you are interested in, as well as Soldier. Combine them both together, you will get yourself a Warlord who has a whole bunch of save mechanisms. It's also one of those classes who can easily get himself maximum amount of stun resistances just from skills. Okay, I'm going to also put a link . Okay. There we go. Let's see, let's see. Right, we can actually look at this thing. So, for example, what stuff does he use here? So, main skill in that particular build is going to be his Blade Arc, which is an AOE attack that can hit maximum amount of like 5 targets. He is going to be also utilizing, let me see what other stuff he does. Okay, Warcry for debuffing enemies, reducing their total amount of health, taunting them. Judgment. Judgment as a way to crowd control your enemy as your enemies, because it's an AOE skill with a knockdown. Okay. Doom Force. Shockwave. Ascension Overguard is basically your ways of survivability, ways of insane survivability, as a matter of fact. Because generally, people like to pick Warlord because of the fact that Warlord has one of the most powerful surviving tools in this entire game. Ascension, Overguard are very powerful because of the way that they are going to give you insane amount of damage absorption, and damage absorption in this game is the second best survivability tool. Number one being, of course, immunity, but immunity has a very long cooldown and short duration. Damage absorption is second best, and third thing is, of course, like having a lot of lifesteal and other kinds of defense, such as your armor, your defensive ability. But currently I should say two best classes when it comes to, like, if you aiming for late game and high-end game, as a matter of fact, two of the most powerful classes when it comes to survivability are going to be Warlord and Conjurer. That's like two classes that are absolute best when it comes to, like, how far they can get you, and as well as how generally safe they are when you are leveling them up and playing through the campaign with them and early dungeons. Yep, you are absolutely right. Physical damage and internal trauma damage is going to be your main offensive stats that you need to have on this particular class. So when it comes to gearing, searching for them is going to help you out. Because if we also take a look at skills, they also, a lot of them have internal trauma as well as physical damage. So synergy is there, and this synergy is going to help you out. Now, it's not the only way how you can build Warlord, but it's just one of the ways. Very powerful thing, like, I just suggest you to like decide on what do you want. Like, you want a class that is going to be more face-to-face, or you want a class that is going to be more about kiting and doing his job with utilizing damage over time as well as debuffs. And depending on that, you kind of pick one of those two classes, and there you go. You're going to
That skill's not ready.
well, then you kind of can go with Warlord. As I said, those two are probably the most powerful classes right now when it comes to survivability, as well as how far and how easy they can get you through the leveling process, as well as in the late game. They will also not going to lose its value, but they will going to increase their value. The more you're going to invest into them, your time and efforts are going to be paid in multiple times. Like, payoff is extremely huge with those classes. And when it comes to multiplayer, both of those classes will going to be really, really good. Thank you. One of the things like that this particular channel is being specialized on is mostly helping beginner players to understand some aspects about the game that they are playing. I'm not like super professional when it comes to like mechanics and all that kind of stuff, but at the same time, if it's possible, I'm going to try and to explain stuff that I know and stuff that might help you.
I can't do that yet.
Because as a matter of fact, like, I know that a lot of beginner players, they do have stuff that they want to know about certain particular mechanic or some kind of class, this and that, and not everything is explained properly, especially when it comes to beginner-friendly stuff. There's a whole bunch of stuff that is said about late game, about showcasing build in that late game, but when it comes to those early levels, for some reason not too many content creators or streamers are actually into explaining all that stuff. I mean, they can, most certainly, but For some reason or another, they just don't. I hear a portal, I don't see a portal. If I go this way, I don't hear it. And if I go this way... Okay, I probably missed the portal. There is no way. Hey, I am hearing the portal. The thing is, there is no. Okay. I need that portal, by the way. Because without it, I cannot complete the quest.
That skill's not ready.
Okay, I'm going to check here, here, and here again. Maybe I missed. I really probably did, but yeah, there is another portal. So then what was the sound that I was hearing?
I can't do that yet.
Strange. But oh well. So far into today's stream, yet we haven't met any devotion like altars. I wonder where are they? Like, I know that in DLC areas there aren't that many, but thing is, I can't even find any of them. Right now we are working on 3 killer devotion trees, such as Scholar's Light, we need Raven, and I believe Hawk, probably. Maybe not. Basically, we need like 3 devotions, mostly to get ourselves those Eldritch points, and we need a lot of them. We need 12 to get access to Wolf, and then we would need, after Wolf, to unlock Huntress.
skill's not ready.
If you are talking about this like currency on gold,
Skill's not ready.
the way you, yeah, it's called iron, but I like to refer to as gold. But generally speaking, you will going to gain like enough of it by just selling items. If you are really like hunting for gold, I suggest you to pick. Don't earn like currently I have magic items turned off because I don't need to collect them anymore. And if you are hunting for gold as a new character, I would suggest turning that thing on. It will going to display yellow items. Collect them and sell them. This way you can earn gold reasonably fast. Generally speaking, earning gold in this game is not gold, but okay, earning iron in this game is not that hard to do, and just by playing you will going to get enough of it to provide you with everything that you need. This currency is not that not that super valuable. Crafting materials, on the other hand, those can be extra valuable. But when it comes to iron, just try to collect those yellow items, sell unneeded green stuff, and over time you will going to accumulate it.
That skill's not ready. I can't do that yet. That skill's not ready.
Okay, do we go here or do we go there? I guess we go here first, because it's just a loop. And we can't go anywhere from this place anyway. Oh, so much physical damage. Most of it comes from physical, and some portion from ether.
I can't do that yet.
Oh, I wonder, how are they actually hitting me with Ether, despite the fact that they are Chthonians who are supposed to hit me with Chaos? Like, I get physical, and the more you will going to play, the more you will going to also have to get this idea that this whole stuff, plus armor rating, plus defensive ability, and depending on what kind of class you play, be it lifesteal, be it invulnerability or damage absorption, all that thing matters when we are speaking about survivability of a class. On later difficulties, this all will going to turn into the fact that they will going to hit you with pretty much everything at the same time. So this is why maintaining high resistances as well as armor rating is quite important.
I can't do that yet.
But just genuinely speaking, they like to hit you with physical a lot. Okay, now I have an option. I can go and level up either this or this. This just going to increase how tanky my pets are going to be, and how their health regeneration is going to increase as well. Okay, and this thing will going to increase our offense, poison acid resistances, physical resistances. I guess idea is going to be placing like 1, 1, 1. And I would be probably correct to do something like this. Distribute between all three of those. Because all three of those are actually important. Okay, let's start by putting here. 1 point here, and actually 2 point here. Yes, 2 point here. Because why not?
I can't do that yet.
At the point where you don't really know between how to decide where to put those points, you kind of look at what you need in the current situation. For example, in the current situation, I still need my pets to do more when it comes to offense than they are doing right now. But I want to also make them tanky, and see this. First of all, you see this, like I have way over the top poison acid resistances. However, if we go towards our pets, they didn't reach cap. And another unfortunate thing is that you cannot, unlike on your character, you cannot see how far over cap are you on resistances. You just see 80%. It doesn't have like 80 plus something, which means like how much over cap is this? Which is kind of unfortunate, I'm not gonna lie, because I don't know how over cap are they. But the idea is here, poison acid. It's 23, but if I go with like buffing this, it's 67. So we need to increase it to get it to 80. 80 would be a perfect spot. So I need those, like, I need them to be as offensive and as defensive, and I need to myself be having as many defensive stuff as possible. And as you can currently see, this aura works, not this aura. This is modification for this skill. This aura works on me and my pets as well, meaning that if I buff this, you can see it is here. So it's a perfect skill to do all of that stuff at the same time. Very good. Plus, if you one important thing that I kind of mentioned, but here you can see how much it already gives. It gives 44%. It's only level 5 skill. 44% to poison and acid resistance, which means that later on I will be able to throw this anti-venom thing from here, and I'll be able to... Let me see, I definitely had it somewhere. I'll be able to remove pretty much anything that has some form of poison acid resistances, because I don't need to go that high overcap on resistance. I'd say when you go overcap, perfect spot would be 80 plus 20 or 80 plus 40. In between those numbers. That's perfect value for overcap resistances. You don't need to go further than that, because it's kind of a little bit of a waste potential that you can use in other departments. Because yes, there are enemies and there are debuffs who are going that are going to reduce your resistances. However, I don't really think that there is such a huge debuff that is going to reduce as much as like minus 70% or something like that to your resistances. I haven't met any kind of debuffs that powerful.
I can't do that yet.
So this is why we either want to stay at cap, which is 80%. You can, with some items, increase cap of resistances by 5, by 7. Some items do that. It's basically going to be written here not 80% but 87% and plus something. 87 plus 90, for example. I don't really know if if it has any kind of meaningful value though, because you still are going to have the same value, like either it's 80 plus 97 or 87 plus 90, so... Mystery. But there is an option to do that as well. This place is going to be quite important on ultimate difficulty. I'm going to do... When we are going to reach that difficulty, I'm going to do a hidden quest that is going to have this particular place as a part of that quest line. Okay, got myself a devotion. Increased ether resist. Meaningful, because I don't have 80% on ether resist, and I would want to have it. Currently I view my... I put my pets first when it comes to value, but at the same time I do not forget about my own character, and the way how I don't forget about him is by giving him as much defensive stuff as possible. Boosting his health, boosting his defense, resistances, and everything else. So that in situations where I'm going to get hit by area effect or something like that, or just because some enemies will just refuse to attack my pets and go straight for me, I would be able to withstand at least a couple of those hits.
That skill's not ready.
Nice, we'll be able to get to the sewers on this stream as well. I wanted to make this like
Can't do that yet.
on the previous stream. I wanted to make this whole leveling process deathless as a challenge, and I failed it because I was neglecting resistances. And when I fixed the problem with resistances, I was nowhere near as close to dying because of that. This is why I absolutely recommend do everything you can to maintain that balance when it comes to
Can't do that yet.
resistances, when it comes to defense. I know you cannot have like everything, but at the same time you can have... You have multiple ways of making sure that you provide your character with enough of those defensive layers.
That skill's not ready.
And as you can see, my pads are... Even though that they are standing in area of effect stuff, they don't lose as much health. Which is really good. This in return means that I can spend way less time on worrying about the fact that they've entered Void Zone or some kind and started to lose a whole bunch of health. That's the last thing I want to deal with, to be honest. Also, do keep in mind the fact that Blood of Drake is a percent base healing skill. It means that it will not going to lose its value as a healing device, especially for your pets.
That skill's not ready.
So, technically, power of that ability comes not only like it comes from a combination of multiple things. So, for example, we look at this, we have like 10% health restored on every time we click it, and we buff ourselves, our pets. It's also a 10% health restore. Offensive ability, health regeneration, as well as a whole bunch of offensive and defensive stats. This is why we are using it. This is why when you are playing with any kind of class that goes with Occultist, you will be using this spell. No one wants to lose so many like combat stats.
Skill's not ready.
And whenever I see an elite, I will going to order all my pets to just attack him. It's much more efficient than waiting for your pets to decide to attack that target. Alright.
That skill's not ready.
We are making quite some progress. It's not super fast, but it's not slow either. Most importantly, it's safe, and we also get to experience a different type of gameplay than, let's say, for example, I had with my Purifier. It's completely different. Huge change in play styles. Here we are less tied to standing in one place, and our survivability lies in how well we control the situation around us. Debuffing targets, making sure that targets will going to sit on our minions and not on us, as well as running back and forth.
I can't do that yet.
It's harder to hit a moving target than a stationary one. Greetings to you too from Moldova. We may be from different countries, but at the same time we share passion for the same game. I myself definitely am enjoying this game. And definitely, like, one of the things that I enjoy the most is leveling those new characters that I make.
Well, not to worry.
Thus far, I've spent like a lot of time in this game, but still, just as I said, every time you play with it, first things first, it takes a whole bunch of time to experience all of the classes and experience them on the level of where you can actually like provide someone with tips that are going to be helpful to those kinds of players that will be asking this kind of stuff. And second of all, you can never say that you know like everything. You always get to know something new. And I definitely like this, especially about this game.
My inventory is here.
Because I get to know so much new stuff. Like for example, only now have I realized that you actually don't get to see whether or not your resistances for pets are being overcapped. You can do this for your own character, you cannot do this for your pets.
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
Only now have I realized that. Before I didn't even know that. And now I'm also experiencing how to gear up a summoner, which is another interesting topic of discussion, because comparing to how you gear up regular characters and how you gear up summoner is completely different. Thus far, I'm liking it. I'm not enjoying the only thing I'm not enjoying currently is lack of area of effect. And technically speaking, I want to see from where that area of effect damage is going to come from. Because currently I don't know. Don't know. I know one thing. Like, when I get to Huntress, I'll get myself this thing. Like, this is an AOE stuff. Yeah. But Wolf? That's not an AOE. That's a huge boost to offense. But that's not an area of effect. Skill-wise, we already got pretty much all except one skill. And that one particular skill will going to serve as a...
Put it to good use.
I'm talking about this thing. It's going to serve as an activation for my devotion. Because I basically am going to put 1 point here, 1 point here, and that's it. Like, it's going to be Devotion Activator.
Safe storage. No questions asked.
But we will figure this out. We will figure this out, and then I'm also, like I did, when I will going to... when I will going to complete
Price on what I've got left. Iron, well,
this walkthrough series with this particular character, once again I'm going to do a build overview. Same way that I did with Purifier.
That skill's not
Idea of those overviews is pretty simple. I pick the build that I done a walkthrough with. I've also done like high shards as well as Crucible and other dungeons in the game, and then I kind of summarize what I think about this class. I give some tips about how this particular class plays, how what kind of skills are we going to be using, what gear are we using and with what components, and so on and so forth. Of course, this kind of overview in there it's hard to cover everything and be fast with the time. This is why I also stated that it is impossible to make an overview of a build and so that it would also be completely beginner-friendly overview or review of the build, because there is just so much you can talk about and explain. You can explain stuff about skills, you can explain stuff about devotions, about why this thing, why that thing, and how did we get there, and so on and so forth. About items. But this is what I like about this game. Another thing, like a lot of stuff to talk about, a lot of stuff to discuss, to explain, and to have fun with, to experiment. In those departments, this game is just amazing.
I can't do that yet.
Okay, we are slowly approaching sewers. Now in sewers there is this optional boss, Gale Across the Mountain. Some people who are creating content for this game are actually considering him and Rashal God to be quite threatening to casters. With Rashalga, I get it. She's quite a problem, especially due to the fact that when she screams 3 times and her red aura appears, she starts shooting you with those like needles of some kind. Her damage goes up significantly, and her needles can also pierce through your pets. So this is why she's ridiculously threatening for caster, but not for caster, but for summoner. Because you will not going to feel safe behind pets, and your pets may die quite fast against her onslaught when her aura is active. But when it comes to Galacross, I don't know. I don't know what is threatening about this boss. At the beginning I thought, well, high stun chance. But then when I was playing Purifier, even on ultimates, I've seen no stun effects happening at all, and I'm literally confused because in this same DLC, but a little bit further into Malmouth, you are going to fight against Keeper of the Bridge that you need to lower. And here's the thing, he's way more threatening than Galacross. They look the same, but one is definitely tougher than the other. I don't know, like, we'll see. When I played with Necromancer, I didn't experience any kind of trouble with neither of those bosses. So maybe it's, I don't know, personal, like, you know how when you play a game and you have, like, for each player, this stuff is different. To someone, one boss is considered to be a threat, for others, not. It depends. Okay. Alright. Sewers. I think we go this way. I might be wrong, but I guess I'm not. I'm already way too familiar with how sewer map looks like in Shattered Realm. In SRs, you basically have a path here as well, like, it's a bit different layout, I mean. I'm definitely going to have a fun time with this class. Every time I play, I try to pick something that is catching my interest when it comes to, like, how unique is this class to play, and have I actually played this kind of stuff before? Because Conjurer Summoner, I never played this archetype, not once, and it's my first time trying him out. And thus far, pretty decent. On cell-found gear, that's quite an amazing performance. want to experience this game from all kinds of gameplay styles. There are going to be 2 more gameplay styles that I want to try out. One is going to be related to close combat character, the one that is going to be equipped with some form of melee weapon. Another one is going to be a mage. I definitely want to see like those two class combinations or gameplay styles.
Can't do that yet.
As you can see, like, look at how many area of effect stuff is happening out there, and yet still, those hell bars are not dropping that much. I wonder how our ether resist for bats is going. 60, only 60%. And it's already that's like that helpful. Okay, we are approaching this gale across the mountain. Let's see. Can they attack him? Yes, they do. I don't know. Still, it's not the first character I'm killing this boss with, and I just don't understand why he is considered to be a problem. He has high stun chance, but that's just about it. Always wondered, why does it show that there is something here? Is there something here? No. Oh well. If there is nothing, there is nothing. There are hidden chests in this game, like by going to Grim Tools website, you can check out
Skill's not ready.
locations. If you want to be a completionist, right, and you want to check out what stuff you missed, what stuff you collect, there is an easy way to do this in Grim Tools. On Grim Tools website, you can check all that information. Those gold chests, everything, where devotion points are, where certain stuff can be farmed, everything is said and shown in there.
Eh? As far as I know, the black. I don't know what that means.
So, yeah.
If you're serious, the ethereals do.
Okay, we need to also bring this stuff to that NPC. How are we going to do this? We'll have to run. Quite a long path. Although, not that long. And when it comes to going back, we can just TP from that place, from that NPC. Interesting. We can even do more, like, lower the bridge west. Because we still have time. Quite a good speed when it comes to progression.
I can't do that yet.
This DLC, just in general, is a bit longer than the second one.
That skill's not ready.
Second one is going to be quite shorter than this one.
And you
Come see what's left.
Both are interesting, both are having something special about them, but this one is a bit like more when it comes to how long it takes to beat it. Oh, also, by the way, for the respec options, I'm going to show this stuff. I've spoken about it on other streams, but since we have new people around, we can, like, I can say about this stuff again. So, you can respec devotions, points, skill points, etc. By using an NPC, or when you're going to reach first DLC, I believe in second DLC as well, but I might be wrong. Basically, you'll start getting those tonics. What those things can do: reset your devotion points, reset your attribute points. So for attributes and devotions, we are using those tonics. Quite useful. It's either you're going to do this with money, or you are going to do this with those tonics that are going to start appearing starting from the first DLC. There is an NPC in this location, and I really do not know how do you actually... how you need to do this so that this NPC will not going to attack you and all that kind of stuff. Like, I've tried different scenarios, different dialogues with this NPC, but unfortunately on all of my playthroughs, it's like no matter what I did, he attacked me and I had to kill him. There is an option, like, for you to not fight him, but how do you do this? I don't know. It doesn't have like any sort of extra value when it comes to progression or some great items. You just had to do something with like making sure that more NPCs survive, and that's it. Not enough dynamite. Absolutely unacceptable. Let's go and craft some. Okay, we craft dynamites. We can craft dynamites either in Fort Icon. Do we? I like to craft them in Homestead. In Homestead, blacksmith is able to craft you dynamite.
Got any more scrap metal?
This should be enough for now.
Go on now.
Put points. Where do we put points? Points more into this thing. It still gives a whole bunch of stat boosts. Yeah, sure thing. 60% poison acid resist. That's insanely incredible. Like, holy moly. This means that by putting like 4 more points, we are going to hit something around 80%, which is your cap of poison acid resistances. Plus, I'm providing my pets with extra offense and defense. Okay, I saved him. Wow. All it took me was a whole bunch of tries with other, like, characters on various different difficulties. Basically, what I understood from Wiki, he has a chance to agree with you and to allow you to save them. This time around I was blessed with this chance of things going properly. What's going on there? So many enemies. Alright. I completely missed one area. Unacceptable. Need to turn around and check that area as well.
skill's not ready.
We might not find anything at all there, but still worth. Worth for experience. And maybe for items. I absolutely can't wait to get to level 94. I want to have less cooldown on my Primal Spirit, and I want to have a second Briar Thorn. This will going to speed process of clearing locations and doing various other kind of stuff much more.
Can't do that yet.
After you complete all of the DLCs, you defeated all of the bosses, you just start a new difficulty, and it kind of throws you back towards like Act 1, and from there you continue on with your progress, but on a whole new difficulty. In the main menu you can just choose the new difficulty, and that's about it.
That skill's not ready.
Though be aware that with new difficulty there will be enemies will be much threatening, rewards are going to be much higher, and bosses will going to be a bit more dangerous. Every new difficulty is a step to progression when it comes to action RPG genre in general. Alright. We've cleared all of that thing. It feels like we are capable of clearing content on this difficulty, even with this current gear, reasonably fast. Just like we did before with our Purifier, when we are going to finish first difficulty, the second DLC on first difficulty, we are going to use special item that will allow us to skip second difficulty and to get access to the last difficulty, and at the same time this item will going to provide us with skill points as well as stat points, devotion, that's skill points, stat points that we could have gotten if we would just play through this difficulty normally.
I can't do that yet.
quite helpful way to skip content that we don't really need, because we are going to have we are going to have items that we need. We are going to have all the stuff that we need. Well, not all the stuff, most of the stuff that we need for ultimate difficulty.
That skill's not ready.
I'm going to show this item. I'm going to complete this quest and I'm going to show you this item. You gain access to this item once one of your characters... With one of your characters you need to reach level 100 and you need to... I believe you need to complete all 3 difficulties, and then you'll be able to buy those items.
I can't do that yet.
I just want to do this quest first, because I would have to like switch to another character to show it to you. Although, wait, maybe... Let me check. Difficulty merits. Okay. There, as you can see, those are the items I am talking about. You use them to skip difficulties and to, at the same time, like, get rewards for those, like, quests that will going to give you skill points and stat points. But only for those.
That skill's not ready.
Normally on your first characters you will not going to skip difficulties, because you use elite difficulty on your first characters to get those missing get some missing gear that you will going to need to use, get yourself more of those resistances, because keep in mind that after you transition to elite difficulty you gain like minus 25 to resistances, and then on top of that you, on the next difficulty, you gain minus 50 or so. So around like minus 75 to all of your resistances, which is quite a lot. So this is why, for the most part, second difficulty is used to farm up, and this is why second difficulty is not not as hard as you would think it is. I even view normal difficulty on Veteran harder than Elite. I don't know, but just throughout my personal experience, I never had problems with Elite difficulty. Mostly bosses on Elite are the stuff you have to watch out for. Because Elite monsters and regular monsters are not going to be that threatening. But bosses will. Alright.
That skill's not ready. I can't do that yet.
We are clearing everything, but once again, I've said this during my Purifier walkthrough, gonna say here again, that's just the way I'm used to play action RPG games. You're going to see people skipping location, running from point A to point B, not doing all of the quests and only doing quests that lead towards rewards such as skill points, stat points. I know, and I know that it is also not the wrong way to play. And for the most part, it really just comes to personal preference. If you want to speedrun a speed level, skipping stuff is the way to go when it comes to like not clearing the whole location, but just running straight towards where the quest is. Going only for particular quests. And not caring about anything else. This type of gameplay is also utilized in various different action RPG games, especially in those where you have this stuff like seasons, which means that they are going to be time related. And you have to make progress as fast as possible and compete with other players in terms of how fast you reach certain like checkpoints and all of that kind of stuff. And it's all about racing. Here we just take it slow. We aren't rushing anywhere. And we utilize as many opportunities as possible to also learn something about the game that we are playing, right? Because when you just glide towards the end game as fast as possible, you don't... like, someone wants to do that, I get it, and once again, personal preference, personal choice. To me it's this way, to someone else it's the other way around, and I totally agree with both sides.
I've spoken with Corinne.
Right, now to sell stuff. Do we actually need to? Yeah, let's sell.
See anything you like?
once again, when it comes to items that I'm looking for as a Vitality, Bleeding, Summoner, Conjurer, I'm looking for... I'm going to be speaking now from Pat's perspective. I'm looking for HP, profile damage, total speed, attack speed, as well as resistances. Those are 5 core stats that I am looking for. It's hard to find them right here, right now, because there's still not that much to choose from, and genuinely speaking, it's totally okay about that. Like, all damage is also good. All damage boosts like everything at the same time. Not as powerful as just profile stuff, but definitely something good to consider as well. But those are like, those 5 are very important for this particular build. Health is always important for Summoner, and from what I understood, will you play Shaman Summoner or will you play Necromancer Summoner? You're still Necromancer Summoner. You're still going to search for health. Your pets have to live. Your pets have to live long enough and do as much stuff as they possibly can. That's why we need health. Resistance is obvious choice, because I'm going to show this as well. Actually, let's see. You know, this helmet. I lose resistances though. No, I don't want it. But basically, you have this stat window for a reason, and if you play Summoner, you have to look at all this. Make sure that not only this has to be maxed out, like. On that stuff you have to work like 100%. On this stuff you also have to worry about as a summoner, because your pets will going to, if you will not going to give your pets enough health, enough resistances, they will gonna get blown up by area of effect, by skills, by standing in pools and all that kind of stuff. We need to minimize chances of that happening. You have to make sure that pets are going to stay tanky, pets are going to live long enough. They will going to say thank you for it 100% of the time. So make sure that you worry about your pets just as you worry about yourself. This is how I look in the situation. This is how I take stuff into consideration when it comes to
That skill's not ready.
gearing up. And this is the kind of stuff that you absolutely have to understand and embrace it the way it is. Like how he just stuck there. You okay there, buddy? You don't want to jump into combat, no? Enemies that get stuck into terrain is a common thing in this game. You're going to encounter this thing like a lot. It's not game breaking, and currently I didn't found a mandatory enemy that would have been like stuck into terrain or something like that. So for the most part, it's just, yeah, it's there, but it isn't influencing your gameplay at all.
Karini has given me the
I'm gonna grab myself a couple of quests here.
I can't do that yet.
Expand the map a little bit more, just as a completionist. I want to see that the map is open. It doesn't have to do anything with
Can't do that.
searching secrets or something like that. I just like to do that. And that's it. So we have like some more time. We can start clearing this location a bit. Technically, I didn't really expect this to be as relaxing as it is right now. And at this point in time, I already am
I can't do that.
very familiar with how my class works. What buttons do I need to press? The only thing that's still a little bit confusing is like has to do with when my pets die. Because I'm not resummoning them that often, I'm not pressing those buttons where those summons are as often. So this is the only thing. Like everything else, I already am familiar with buff debuff mechanics, landing buffs and debuffs on as many targets as possible. And in the end, what was like, oh my god, there are so many buttons to press, turned into, well, there aren't that many buttons to press.
That skill's not ready.
And this is the point when you kind of start to realize that you are getting more and more familiar with your class that you are playing, and you are just understand you get a better understanding on how everything works, how your skill work, in what succession do you need to press them, like what goes after what, why you need to do this, why you need to do that. It's helpful, like. This is why I was implying on the fact that Conjurer as a class is not that hard to play. Yes, has a bunch of buttons to press. Yes, you have to get accustomed to that. But no, not something impossible to do. With time and practice, everything is possible. Oh, I'm being attacked from both sides. What should I do? I think I'm gonna clear stuff. What the hell? You okay there? Now that's what I call definitely not stuck. They completely stuck in there. And not one, not two, but like 5 of them.
That skill's not ready.
So I'm definitely clearing everything until we get ourselves to a next waypoint, and we'll see what we're gonna do next.
That skill's not ready. I can't do that yet. That skill's not ready.
Wow. When they shoot, they can't even harm me. Interesting. Man, it's so easy to land skills with Conjurer. Like, they're so... the range is so huge. It's hard to not hit your targets with. Even Devouring Swarm. Kinda simple to use ability. Okay, where am I going? Oh, there is a wall here. I was seeing like there is a passage, but where was it? How do you gain access to it?
That skill's not ready.
No elites, no bosses in this place. Unfortunate. Do we have a spare devotion point? No. We don't. We still don't have it.
Do that yet.
Also, another great thing, this class doesn't run out of mana. You have to... I don't know what you have to do to run out of mana. You have to like spam skills like this. It's pretty much impossible to run out of mana, especially in combat.
That skill's not ready.
So basically, forget about Potion of Mana ever existed for this class. On tomorrow's stream, I'm gonna have to return to this location to complete a faction quest. Today, I'm most certainly not going to be able to do that because we are running out of time a little bit. But on tomorrow's stream, of course, I will going to do everything that I need in this place, and we're going to start second DLC, which we will be able to pass should be able to pass without any kind of problem. Because currently, as you can see, this place is locked, and the way you unlock it is only with a faction quest. You gotta have that faction quest. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to unlock it. Okay, destroy the barricade, complete the quest. So what, we put more points into here? I guess so. We can put points into here, but... Okay, let's do this 1-1 to balance things out. I want to make them beefier and let them have a good amount of health regen. Make them as offensive and defensive as possible. Are they even hitting someone? I think they are, but without Primal Spirit it's not that good. I just collected the treasure now, didn't I? I've completed the quest where you blow up the door and take the treasure. I'm pretty sure that I've done it. You mean this one? Oh, what the? That guy just slammed into me. Oh boy. Being stuck on the staircase.
That skill's not ready.
I didn't expect this whole like DLC be that relaxing when it comes to difficulty of how I pass through things.
I can't do that yet.
Because technically I'm casually just strolling through this DLC. It's not that bad though. I'm out leveling my enemies by like 4-6 levels. Ain't that bad. Penalty is there, but not as huge as it was before. No, get those ether clouds off of me. I can't wait till we get to SRs and start experience pain of facing with multiple ether clouds and a whole ton of enemies. Boss in the swamps.
Can't do that yet.
Let me remember who was it first. Because I'm trying to remember. Oh, I killed him on my first try. Fairly... like, way better than with Demolition, not Demolitionist, but with Purifier, but at the same time, like, I had, because of the aggro juggle, I messed up it a little bit, and sometimes I received unnecessary damage. Yeah, it's that boss.
That skill's not ready.
I would say not that hard and not that easy. Something in between. To me, it was a nightmare because, well, not a nightmare. My problem with him was the fact that couldn't maintain proper aggro, like aggro management was a bit off, because as soon as your pet stop attacking, and they stop attacking because, see, I was standing a bit far away, and because when he created like pool or some kind beneath me, I had to run away. My pet stopped attacking. Boss de-aggros from them and starts to hit me, and this was the biggest problem. Everything else manageable, but aggro was the issue for sure. Outside of aggro, everything was kinda okay.
Can't do that yet.
I don't know, maybe on other difficulties I'm going to face more of a challenge when facing against those kinds of bosses. Maybe not. We will see. We will for sure see it. finally, a devotion point. Took me ages to find at least one. Okay, I need Raven now. Thank God Raven will boost, give a little bit of a boost to our pets as well.
That skill's not ready.
Those pets are definitely killing behemoths and colossus twice as fast than my purifier did. Whoa, 100% resistant to all of that stun slow. That's amazing. That's really amazing.
I can't do that yet.
On the initial difficulties, you might be thinking that it's not that needed when it comes to stun slow and other kinds of crowd control effects, but reality hits hard when you actually get further and further into the game, when those items those stats start to become very much, not very much, pretty much a must.
I can't do that yet.
My purifier with 0% stun resist, and with how much he was freezed, oh my god, I can't stand it. I can't stand being crowd control after every single second. When I'm going to have time, I'm going to try and recraft some of the items for my purifier at a specific blacksmith who is going to give us a bonus stun resistance and that kind of stuff, because literally painful to have none, absolute zero resistances is quite bad.
Can't do that yet.
I believe only when you are playing... I'm going to double check, but basically only with when you are playing something with pets, you are going to also need... where is it? Where is this thing? Come on. Where was it? Not this thing. There it is. Yes, mind control. Mind control is also not all of the bosses have mind control effects abilities. But for example, one of those bosses that has one, and you can actually see how it works on pets. Last boss in the main campaign. If you have faced him with pet build, you're also going to understand how this whole mind control thing works on pets. They stop attacking, they just start like wandering around. I don't know who also like does that kind of stuff to pets. Are there other bosses like besides the one that I've mentioned who can do this?
That skill's not ready.
But what is mind control then, if it's a confused state? Because I haven't seen like anything that would like legit make my pets attack me. This would be actually, it's confused state. However, it says here mind control. Which technically means that mind control is confusion? I guess. Okay. But regardless, interesting mechanic that I kinda thought right now that would be super deadly against pet builds. What if enemies could actually mind control your pets and they would attack you? Imagine. This would be really really tough to deal with. Being hit by your own pets, or your pets are starting to fight each other. This would definitely put Summoner on the edge of his seat.
I can't do that yet.
So this is what the preliminary report.
Okay, we open the portal. We will sell this stuff like off stream, and technically we are going to like sell items off stream. Maybe I'll find something good and change something. I'm not gonna craft anything because again I'm following this pattern of self-found gear. The only thing I'm crafting here is our relics and later on like components. But for now we are on self-found gear leveling, which is also interesting to look at because you technically get to see how stuff goes when you work on the self-found gear. Okay, if you have missed this part of the playthrough or previous parts of the playthrough, you can watch them on our YouTube channel. Everything is uploaded there, and There you can also find this specific playlist. You can find beginner-friendly videos about Grim Dawn, about monster totems in Grim Dawn, about components, about bosses' dangerous attacks, about Crucible Gladiator, about hidden path questline, and many more, as well as the most recent one, which is the build overview for dual wield Purifier that I was playing with, that I've done my previous playthrough with. You can check all that stuff under a specific playlist with Grim Dawn beginner-friendly content. You can check out various different playthroughs done for this game by me or by my brother. You can check out our other stuff such as highlights. Basically a lot of things are present there under a specific playlist for convenience purpose. Next thing is, if you want to know how to keep in touch with us, if you want to know how to contact us directly, how to receive information firsthand, our social medias are for that purpose. So you can check them out, follow us if you want to, subscribe if you want to, and this will going to make it easier for you to do that, to receive information from us easier. And next thing is, of course, about the schedule, so that you would know when I stream or when my brother streams. Schedule is there for you, and it shows like exact time, exact day, and it's just convenient to pay attention to that detail as well. And next thing is going to be how you can support this channel. You can do this with multiple ways. Spreading the word, telling others about how to find us, telling others about those videos that I mentioned, about the content that we provide, and bringing more of your friends who might be interested in this game and in those streams, in those videos that we are making for beginners, etc. There are other things like following us and subscribing to our Twitch, subscribing to our YouTube channel, as well as utilizing Patreon for donations. Everything comes with rewards, with bonuses, icons, as well as emotes and content ahead of schedule, discounts and collectibles for different games if you go with Twitch Prime, and many other things as well. If you want to know more, check out links that we placed in the Twitch tab section, and they will going to tell you more about it. But that's going to be it for this stream, for today's stream. I'd like to thank everyone for today's participation, for following, for asking questions, for sharing your thoughts, as well as making sure to ask stuff that you want to know. Regardless of the fact whether or not I will be able to suffice you with my answers, I'll do my best to provide as much detailed answer as possible with the knowledge that I have. And if something is still unknown, you can ask into the either chat, you can ask in the YouTube comment section or on social medias. In case if I will not going to know the answer to that, I will going to ask this same question to other streamers who are streaming this game. Maybe they will going to be able to find an answer to this, and then I will going to share this answer with you. So that's going to be it. I wish you all the best. I wish you great time. stay healthy, and we'll be seeing each other on the next stream that's going to happen tomorrow. Take care of yourselves. Until next time.